Yeah! Sorry! I'm running around the place. Hello, 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 me signing in. How is everyone? Sorry. I'm a couple minutes late. I'm usually trying to like, speed up the stream so that it's like, so that it's live, but I was still running around. I haven't even eaten dinner yet, so shit. I might have to grab a snack midway through, maybe, we'll see. If I'm too invested in the game, maybe the hunger doesn't resurface again. I don't know. Hold on, let me see if I can get the game up just to see if it's running properly. So I'll quickly. Where is it? I can't believe I'm starting this game. This feels surreal, holy shit. For some reason, the game is like in a window. Oh, it's loud. Hold on. Why are you not full screen? Ah! Stop. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Japanese or English voice? Wait, I need to turn down the audio. Oh my god. Wait, there's no volume? You can just turn it on and off? What? Wait, the game's so loud though. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Bye. Hold on. The game is so loud. Audio. I don't want to mute. I just wait. Huh? Volume. Let me search it up. No one said anything. No volume slider? Okay, well, I guess I'll go deaf, but I'll try and turn down the volume for you guys. Good to know. Even though the game is like god awful loud, I can still hear the car noises. Okay, let me change the volume so that you guys can hear the game and then see how the volume is. This is really loud, by the way. So I want. What am I usually at? 21? I'll put it to 25. 20. Nah, 27. Okay. Please tell me that is a decent volume. This is just BGM. It's not supposed to be that loud, okay? Testing. I don't know what the other... I hope the sound effects aren't too loud. I'm gonna go deaf. I turn down my... I'm on 50 on my system volume. Like, you know this game is loud. Holy shit. Okay, actually, I will try and turn it down a little bit. One moment. Okay. I changed a few settings. I amped up the... Oh, hold on. I forgot to turn off the other BGM. Too low. Okay, I pushed this one up a little bit more. Is that okay? Okay. This is literally just the like main menu BGM, so it's supposed to be like kind of low. I feel like it will get louder once we actually go into the game. My ears! I really hope the sound effects don't fuck up. Look at this! Look! There's no volume slider! Why didn't they do a volume slider? There was a volume slider in the Poly Justice trilogy, no? This doesn't feel right. I don't like having my music too loud. I like hearing the voices and the sound effect more. Lab BGM gets overwhelming for me. Okay, please tell me everything's all good for now. Also, I forgot to say my proper greetings. Oh my gosh. Hi Leon, hi Poker Castle, hope you guys are doing well. Oh! Hold on, I just wanted to see. This is so cool, what the hell? So this is Adventures. This is the first one, right? Hmm. Oh, the BGM is so nice! Wait, so can I not go into the next one? No, I'll just go straight in! Wait, shit, sorry! Wait,
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation.
Oh, okay, this is audio test anyways. Please tell me the audio's alright.
This far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period
I'm scared.
of great change.
I'm scared if I click anything, it doesn't pause. It like skips by accident, so I'm just gonna let it play. Eh?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Already? Wow. Oh my god, I love this aesthetic so much. I'm getting goosebumps. Ah, there's no way I'm playing this right now. Audio is a bit low. Really? That sound effect is so fucking loud. Can I... Yeah, okay. I don't know why. My brain was like, okay, what if I go into the options now? Maybe there's a slider. There was not. There was not. Let me amp it up a little bit. Yeah. 22nd of November, 8:43 AM. Supreme Court of... I forgot, I can't read. Judicature? Judicature? That is not in my vocabulary at all. Judicature? That doesn't roll off my tongue at all. Judicature. Okay. Supreme Court of Judicature. Okay, I need to remember that because I feel like if that's what this place is called, I'm gonna find myself reading that one a lot. Judicature. Goodness. Me, why? Oh, I changed my name. Hi, it's nice to see you again. Hold on. I have to. I have to rearrange my chat. I just realized I can't see my chat very well. Cheetah and Cheeto Gaming. That's such a that's such a cool name. What the fuck? Is it supposed to like what signify? You said that your friend as well is like on your channel. Was it? I haven't played this game yet, so it's all spoilers for me, so I won't pay attention to the lore. That's all good. Completely fine. I don't know if I should put like spoiler warnings sometimes. I feel like it's obvious whether or not if you're going into a game, the expectation is that you're gonna get spoiled, right? So I don't really like write anywhere like spoilers because it's kind of obvious. But I guess maybe I should try and put like spoilers on which like episode I'm on, huh? Not that I'm like particularly aware anyways. Most of the people that come into my channel actually aren't like familiar with Ace Attorney, so they're all experiencing it for the first time with me. Since there wasn't any quiz last stream, it's gonna be hard today. Oh shit! Oh my god, wait! You can't say that. I don't remember anything about the video anymore. And now that you said that, I was wondering what was missing from last stream. It's because you didn't give me the quiz. I felt something was missing last stream. Oh, that makes so much sense. Yo, I don't remember what, like... I can't remember the last thing that I ate. Fuck. Fuck. No, I'm cooked. No, I'll just face it. I'll just take it. I'll just take it. I'm just gonna... Fuck. YouTube. Judicature. Judicature feels so weird. To me and my friend. Oh, yeah. You both have a have the channel together. Did you also change your profile picture? I still think that's so cool, having a channel with someone. Okay. Wait, I didn't read the full thing. I was I was still trying to pronounce judicature. Defendant's antechamber? 5. What's an antechamber? Am I pronouncing that one wrong as well? A small room leading to a main one. Oh, okay. I'm assuming we're playing as the guy with the gun, right? Since he's on the front cover and I see him everywhere. I didn't think that's how the game would start off though. But I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is 𝙩𝙞𝙢𝙚 𝙩𝙞𝙢𝙚. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial 𝙤𝙩𝙨 University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. Eh? That's enough. Hello! I didn't think we'd see you so soon. Who are you? Is it the prosecutor? No, I shouldn't even try. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer?! Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right? I can't pronounce R's and W's. 𝙩𝙞�𝙢𝙢𝙚. Oh yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. So I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. 𝙤𝙩𝙨 University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, 𝙩𝙁𝙨. Kazuma Asogi? My best friend. Also in his second year at 𝙤𝙩𝙨 University. He's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. The qualifications don't mean much, yet. He said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. And I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago? Yes, that's when all this started. Hold on, I need to drink water. I was preparing for a test last stream. So I wasn't here. Ah! For a test? How did the test... How did you think the test went? Hi, Borg! Dropping by. Take care! I'm assuming you're at work, so good luck. What's the name of the American ship the Spanish allegedly blew up as America ran out of destiny to manifest? It's bad that absolutely nothing is coming up in my head, even though I watched the video once. Oh, it's embarrassing that I can't fucking remember anything. This is why I didn't take history anymore in school. Why don't I remember anything? Can I ask for no, you said it's hard. I can't get multi-choice again, can I? I do Forger and Pokemon content? I'm not sure I understand. Or was that a typo, or is that like a parody of Pokemon? Not sure if I understand the Forger bit. But both you and your friend like do the same kind of content, or is it separate? Went mediocre. I hate chemistry. Ah, yeah, I felt that one. Well, I hope when you get the results back, it's the results that you want. I'm not ready to voice. It's been so long, guys. This is just a point and click, and all I need to do is speak. But speaking is like the last thing I can do. Okay. Okay. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Bye! It was straight after that. That's when it happened. I guess... Sorry, I have to move my mic. Sorry if that was loud. I guess we'll go over it, in court. If it just cut just then. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh! Oh, hello! Oh, she's cute. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now. Asogi. Old man voice! You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? I was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Bye! Ugh, this is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? Must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotaba. I'm a professor of forensics medicine at Yume University. Oh! Ah, Professor Mikotaba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, 𝙤𝙨 has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, never granted again. What? As I suspected, you are unaware of this. I had a feeling 𝙤𝙨 may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? Administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear, I'm not a murderer! Sure, that's true, but nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, "I do." What? I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem serendipitous. Serendipitous? Why did I say that? Surreptitious? Oh, English, you fuck. Surreptitious? Surreptitious. Surreptitious. Oh god, I should keep Google up next to me so I can get ready to pronounce it. I've already forgotten how to pronounce it! Surreptitious. Surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma 𝙤𝙨 must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He is gonna be the prosecutor! Ah! Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Jesus fucking Christ. This is it. The trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. November, 9 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. Judicature. Oh, look at him! Oh, he's so nervous! So this is a courtroom. How is that wind blowing? Why is your your bandana just... Okay. Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Oh my god, these ankles! I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? Will become clear in time, but for now. You need to concentrate, 𝙤𝙨. It's about to begin. Hello! You have a very majestic beard. This is the judge! Okay, hold on, let me put away my towel. Because I had it behind my hair since my hair is still drying, but more than that, I'm cold, so I'd like to put on a jacket. Ooh, the music! This music is gonna become traumatic to me in time, wouldn't it? I have to put my jacket on backwards since my hair is still wet. I can't really put it over. Well, it'll just get it all damp, and I don't like that. It's a typo and both. So it's like a channel, what's the word? I forgot the word! Fuck, never mind. Well, that's so cool that you guys do... Wait, if you guys both do, the same kind of content, all of it is, doing it together, right? Like, rather than just... not just making, like, separate videos, it's like doing it together. Area. Take a hint. Blame the something on Spain. Let's blame the something on Spain. Why Cuba? I timed that anyways because I was too focused on the dialogue. I'm sorry. That's why I wanted to do the quiz on Saturday, because what? Ace Attorney is very dialogue heavy. All I'm doing is reading. I can't really look over at chat very much. I don't want to ruin like the momentum of the, you know, like the dialogue, the story. To play a game set in Victorian England without knowing posh vocabulary. I just like, alright, I just like the story. If you think about it, this is probably why I didn't grow up playing Ace Attorney, right? Because there was no fucking way I would, like, understand any of the words. Any of, like, the text in the game if I grew up playing it. And that's why I'm playing it now, where even though I can't really pronounce anything, at least I understand the story, right? I understand one thing. The court will now hear the trial of 𝙤𝙨 𝙩𝙨. Ouchie? Ouchie? Is that a pun for something? I guess if it's in kanji, it might fall back to something else. Because everyone's name here is just like straight Japanese. And this game, what, before Chronicles, this game was only released in Japan. Cool. Prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? this is the question! This is the first question! Wait, so Runosuke has to huh? Who advocates? This is it, this must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Wait and see. The game's just gonna end, isn't it? I want to click it. I shouldn't, but I want to click it. Answer I do or wait and see. Don't worry, we're gonna get a game over. Right, my first game over. Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Runosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. Look at Runosuke. As I... Ma! I didn't... I'm standing here beside the defendant. I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Runosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Runosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. You did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. Means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Fuck reading! Why am I playing this game? But I want to so badly! Well, does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really? Objection. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Huh? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly, wasn't what I wasn't thinking. Not confident at all. Oh god, he's got the phoenix posture. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes? Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that! What was it again? 𝙤𝙩'𝙨? Let me guess, your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. Music is so loud, I'm trying so hard to focus on speaking and reading. It's embarrassing that I can't focus very well. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. E! University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. List of evidence that's collected. Now try switching to people. Woo! You find details about the victim here. Press Z. Z? Oh fuck, okay. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then present. Try it now. John H. Wilson, 47 years old. The victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire.
Yes!
Yes! Victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. At least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. Can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering professor from the very institution that provides you education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from my allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policy makers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. Well, because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Look at the time, I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Huh. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. We're just gonna get snippets! Flashback snippets, gotcha. Okay. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruto. Yes, Your Excellency? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Stay before the court, the cause of death. Post-mortem report, death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Why is that written down? A little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select, and present it. Do it now. Ah! What if I accidentally present my,
Yes!
badge? Oh, I should have done that. Well... according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Let her read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Oh, that one hit home. Holy shit. I can't read. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects a corpse to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Moving it again, I'm sorry. Clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photograph of victim! A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. That's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise... What the fuck am I reading? Apprise the court with the facts of the case. Prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh. This is it then. Like I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah! Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe. But any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control this cold stares first. No, seriously, why is it blowing in the wind? There should be no wind in here. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. Hosanaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Eh? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up, some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. Everyone knows the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, and I need to get used to this. An I need to get used to them, like, saying, like, all these, like, they're not, since we're, you know, in the past. But they're not used to, they're not used to these terms. Just Occidental? That's it? Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. Sorry, let me adjust my seating position since I'm sitting in a way so my hair isn't annoying me. Let me move it. Understood, Hosanaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring, maybe, but aspiring? Ooh, this music. It was just after 2 PM on the day in question, with few diners at the time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. The gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. Found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes? Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections? The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. What? Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruto. Don't worry, Rinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just sit quietly. We must just quietly listen to the witness. I read too fast, I know. They may confirm 1 point, waiter. Standing beside the victim was with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Rinosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? We don't need to interject. They're not gonna just, like, call off, like, just with that basis alone, like, go against me, no? Shouldn't I just wait? Kazuma said that I'll have my chance, and usually that's when you what's the word? What's the word? Fuck. That's when you press the witness. Do they have that system here yet, though? I'll wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Meow. 𝙞𝙩'𝙨? Your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. Never have gotten to 𝙤𝙧𝙢𝙚 University otherwise. You can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. I've chosen wrong! But I got dialogue, so it's fine. I feel like if I just presented, Kazuma wouldn't say anything, would he? And there is something I want to say. Just going to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Kusunaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No? The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Oh! Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the courtroom. Waiter's business card, the head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. Fuck, shut up. Stop coughing. So, court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes, at the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Naruto? Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. Called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has a decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Huh? What witnesses? Didn't you say there wasn't anyone there? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Hmm? Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, my stomach is rumbling. I hope it doesn't pick up. You're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. You just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, 𝙞𝙩'𝙨. Ah! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. Young can be so, reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ooh. Leos, man. Leos. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Can I get an apple or something? I know we have fruits. We don't have any snacks. Ah, but I'm talking right now. I can't really snack on something. My concentration today. I don't think I've eaten anything at all. What am I doing? Okay. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iyasa Nosa. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employee as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from of our nation, Nippon. Crystalline deposit of salt. What? Excuse me? Efflorescence. Okay. And go check my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Kyuryo Korekuta at your service. I'm not very good at pronouncing Japanese names. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. Sorry, car noise. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Okay. Magnifying glass. Hello. hello. Wonder what this is gonna be used for. No, not anything at the moment though. And I can magnify on this as well. Doesn't really enhance much though. It's just a zoom. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. And you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! Enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman, what the hell? Over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. This old man's gonna kill me. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniformed Varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. That's you know, old man voice and then like a you know, military man voice that I like. In my head I'm like, try it, you can do it, but then like I fuck up pronunciations and then I forget how the voice goes. I should just speak normally. Well, so you're Sergeant Norsa. Well, so you, Sergeant Norsa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. The wicked university cadet, sir, the cruel and unforgivable enemy. Oh, why is that like a baby noise? Is that a baby noise? What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Inosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was. There is? 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As you have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. My mouth is already getting dry. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of— He does it so politely. Raise his hand. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hatsumaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? Prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. The defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Right, this is where the battle really begins, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. No, they didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. Don't let them beat you. His table slap was so pathetic. Oh, he's so precious. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Oh goodness, sorry, I've been ignoring chat because I'm too focused on the story. I'm sorry. The emotion is getting to me. Kind of sometimes we do separate stuff. Sometimes too. I'm assuming. That's good though. Doing the same thing together all the time starts to get a little annoying. It's good to do separate stuff as well, especially if it's a joint channel. I think. I feel like the only time you see if you're doing like the same thing over and over again with someone and just doing that same kind of content, like the first thing that comes to mind is like a podcast. That's like the only time you'll be doing like the same kind of content over and over again with like the same person. Because it's a podcast, you just sit there and talk with each other. But when I think about like other games and whatnot, I feel like, you know, you start to do like separate stuff without a doubt. Question 2. Which two people groups populated Huh? Madagascar together? Two equal groups? Huh? I don't know if I miss your answer. I'm going on vacation tomorrow, so I'm preparing my stuff. Oh my gosh, God, you're fine. Focus on prepping that first. That's more important if it's tomorrow. Goodness. Wait, so you did like all your tests and stuff, and now you're gonna be on holiday? Wow. That's so exciting. Where are you going? Are you going anywhere, like, important? My first thought was, like, family visits. If it's not vacation, if I do have time off to, like, go somewhere, it's not really like a personal vacation, it's to, like, visit family. Eating breakfast, be back. No worries. I hope you have a nice meal. Pretty sure that was a while ago though, so hope you had a nice meal. Was a welcome back, Leon. That was also a while ago, I think. Pronounce. Oh my god, not me saying it like that. Oh my god, pronunciations would kill me. Yeah, me too. It kills me too. Don't worry. I don't know why I'm just like inept at speaking, but it is what it is. I'm not really much of a speaker like in person. So honestly, it's not surprising. I rarely talk in person. So it's not surprising that what I can't speak at all. What is surprising is that I just don't know anything English. I can't read. Oh, you said time's out. Oh. Not that I could think of. Oh, you said the answer, never mind. Who led India during the golden age of India? The golden age? I have nothing in my head. Yo, Chief. I'm so cooked. This is why I didn't go back to school, guys. things like retaining like knowledge is like what the worst for me. That's why I was really relieved in university. It was mainly projects. It wasn't really exams and stuff like that. I enjoyed it so much. All I had to do was focus on the projects and completing them on time, which as you guys know, I have really bad time management, so that was just as questionable, but it's so much easier. It's so much better than exams. I don't miss exams at all. I hate tests. What the witnesses saw? Oh, look at that's the point of that's the HP points. Oh no. It's 5 here as well. Fuck. Well, that's why they make you save, don't they? Speaking of, I should save. Was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Yes.
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to say. Or to ask, sorry. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then. This beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. What is that noise? If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deeply fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir, on the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops. Sorry, I'll do my best. So next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? It's not just me! It's not- Does he have a baby on his back? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big, beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing, what questions to ask. I get an achievement. Oh, successfully, pressing. Why is the achievement on the top left? Usually it's on the bottom right.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. Korban, boy. A korban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the 𝙤'𝙀 period entered my possession. Took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. Secreted? In the hope of an affluent, cognoscent appraised of its indisputable value being present? What? So you're hoping to sell your korban coin? To Sergeant Nossa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious korban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything! Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me who was grappling with his braised veal at the time was my sole prospect. I see. That precise moment of firearm was a sergeant. Yes. So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Ah, affirmative! I saw you laughing, cackling like a mad... Huh? Like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. Was that private? Think carefully about that statement you just made. It seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Ugh! Double ugh! A sixth sense. Sorry? A sixth sense of danger picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind, which means a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet! Surely that's not possible, is it? You think I've got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back?
Yes!
You shot at the front. So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was... Ugh! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet! What else do you see around here in black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man! From behind his back, you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. If you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face, and make him choke on it. Ah, that was a description! But if that's what you want, I'll happily do it.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoei era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. Is it a word? Oh! After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. Koban vanished? And I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed. Myself, I did not. Why are you here? Heck, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. You know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. We'll just skip this. An inconsistency? You'll find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other. Present your evidence and rip the witness. I clicked too quickly, but I'm assuming you said apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. We use the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like. To keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Oopsie.
Yes!
His eyes! Oh, will we ever get to see you confident? I hope so. You got this, man! Did I present the wrong evidence? What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Oh my god, he's got the Edgeworth fucking pose! To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma? What? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? Yes, sir, what's up? Statement you just made was this. A black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back of the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Yes. But no, that just can't be. Why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. That is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back where he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant 𝙞𝙩'𝙨? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant 𝐢𝐴𝐳 did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. The conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yarg! I've got the baby! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor! And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Korban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Hoei-era Korban. Hunting around under the table I was, in case, mayhap, it had fallen there and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. The lamentable day the precious Hoei Korban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. I'm sure everyone present is aware. This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain? Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. What? Really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as cuticle glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir! Awaiting signal. Jesus Christ, that scared me. Something hit my door. Excuse me. Wait. Awaiting a signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out of over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Idol. Would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Idol, tension! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. That's kind of cute. I should try and find a snack. My stomach. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Other than the fact that I haven't, like, properly hydrated myself today, I forgot how taxing speaking was in a fucking visual novel game. I need to get used to prepping myself before these kinds of streams. Remember everyone else to hydrate as well, not just me. I'm nearly out of my water already. Did I already say this? Visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. So we know that, okay, the gun that 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 picked up, right? It's probably not the one that was shot, right? Because he also heard the gunshot after picking up the gun. So it's clearly not that gun, meaning it's a different gun. What we don't know is what kind of gun it is, because the claim is that it's possibly a gun that was shot up close because of the markings on his body. That is the assumption led by the prosecution anyways. So I don't know anything about guns, that's for sure. But the claim is that there wasn't anyone nearby, there wasn't anyone next to the Englishman, next to the professor. So I'm just what happened? These testimonies are certainly compelled. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all! Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel. Oh yeah, just one meal. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Yeah, So is this his body? He wasn't moved from this, right? He was sitting like this. That's interesting. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. So, 𝙞𝙩'𝙨 sketches look crazy, so we have to try and find... Oh no. Cole will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Crime scene photograph, a bottle of carbonated water, and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. So, Can I read the... I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him! See, Kazuma's puzzled as well. I wonder what's going on. Well, it seemed that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh from the treaty with the Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Until 𝙞𝙩'𝙨, it's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Ding! The true culprit. Ah! For some reason I'm sweating. This game is stressing me out for real. Yes! Guys, I'm so nervous. Ah! No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Oh, hi, Manudine! How are you? Nice to see you again. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet it is undeniable fact that I blinked. That I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension! Sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakura-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in the... Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Attention!
Shut up. Talking to the witness. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, that someone would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 PM when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 PM is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. What if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone? Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. My mouth is getting so dry. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. What, a clinic? What? They're like centuries old? They would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 PM. I'm okay, waiting for Jane to drop. Oh, she's gonna drop soon, isn't she? Is it today or tomorrow? Tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, well, I guess the day after, but it's like midnight, and I'm usually awake, so it's tomorrow for me. Is it tomorrow or is it the day after that, actually? Wait, fuck. No, it's the day after that. Not tomorrow. Fuck. Oh, anyways. Are you gonna stream more 𝐷𝐷𝐷? What did I say last time? I'm still having the network error things when I'm in the HDD, so I haven't been able to grind properly. So my bet at the moment is that when Jane drops, hopefully the game like updates a little bit. Like there's some patchwork, and it'll fix whatever that network error that I keep getting in the HDD, sorry. The monitor area. So I'll have to push back my Jane like pulling stream. So I will do a 𝐷𝐷𝐷 stream for when I go to pull for her, but I want to grind. I have like pulls. I have the pulls for her, but like I'm probably gonna lose my 50-50, so I need to grind more. So we'll see when she drops. I'll grind a bit, and then we'll see when I do the pulling stream. It's either, if it is fixed, I'll see if I can like, I don't know, just only grind this week. I don't know if I'll have time, but we ball, you know? If not, next week. Definitely next week. I feel like I'll do a 𝐷𝐷𝐷 stream. Hopefully I can do it by this week. I want to pull. Anyways, very day of the incident. The victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Wonder. What do you think, 𝙞𝙩'𝙨? Huh? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Sure, fuck it.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend. Okay! Fuck you too! Kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card. From 𝙩𝙩'𝙨 Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. Can we read it? Well, what we need right now is new clues. Okay, so we can't read it. We just know that there's a medical report card. The invasion of privacy, wouldn't it? We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem very relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurokura-san. Kurokura-san? Oopsie!
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. Testimonies for the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. Meal for one. No. Antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not possible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely... if I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea!
Yes!
See, that's annoying. I'm grinding 2 and got 80 pulls saved, so enough to reach 50-50, but I need more. Yeah, you definitely need more as like a reassurance. But hopefully you win! I don't have a lot of good luck on me, but like, I wish you, you know, the absolute best for your pull session when she drops. Caesar King is next, right? I could always get her, maybe. She's hot! My only gripe with her is that she's a defense unit. I'm going for Seth at the moment. And like, I could like put her in like a different setup, but she's also a physical. She's a physical defense type, right? She's physical, right? I don't know, but I want her. I want her as well, but I also want Bernice? Is that her name? Because if she's also Anomaly, I have an engine for her. And not only that, I need a fire type to use desperately. Pain. Why aren't you telling the truth? What'd you say, cadet? Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Fortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely! In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. If no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Ha ha ha! Excellent work, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. We've gleaned some new information now. Oh yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. That's why you couldn't examine it! It's for the tutorial! Oh, my mouth is so fucking dry. We know this from Ace Attorney, don't worry. Defense made it coming. I mean, I'm not against it, to be honest. Like, I feel like defense is like underrated as fuck. But yeah, he has a sword. I'm not too sure. We are in olden Japanese period. I don't know why a student would have a sword though. Like, that's my question more than anything. Used to seeing people with swords. But he's a university student. Like, I feel like he shouldn't be holding a weapon. Maybe it's a wooden sword, but like, even if it is a wooden sword, that's still a weapon you have on hand. Anyway, questionable, I know. I'm not thinking too much of it, it makes him look cool. So partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Medical report card required for every visit. Name, Mr. John Wilson, Horta Clinic. That's like his stamp signature. Dentist, Horta Clinic, date, blank. Record number 372857. I don't know if that's important at all, but it's definitely not at the moment. Irrelevant, irrelevant, relevant. Oh, what the fuck? Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history. Oh, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? Well, it seems so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Excuse me? Wait, when you highlight that, that's interesting to say. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until the anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card, a record of dental work. On the day of the murder, the victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. Meaning he wasn't the one that was eating! Aye! This new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! That's definitely a katana, right? We'll see if he ever takes it out. Do you have someone there for the culprit's execution? Kazuma, do the job. Oopsie, I was meant to click. I wanted to click too quickly. We have even more to go on now. So don't feel like the situation has really changed, though. No discrepancies come to light, and that's what we. I get it! Case of using it to our advantage now. Do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? Yeah, I know, I just fucked up. Crucial point is the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. The fact he has not been brought to the court's attention. He's right. Think about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. Always keep your eyes on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. Changing my seating position for the nth time. I just wanted to read. I clicked it again too fast, fucking hell. Excuse me. I keep fucking up for some reason. Take it slow. Like, there's like a certain delay that I find myself like clicking too early. Oh, I get it. Okay, so it is this statement specifically. Dining all by himself. He couldn't have been dining, because he shouldn't have been eating.
Yes!
Well, I think, what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. Wish I could. But first and foremost, here, I'm the accused. 𝙞𝙩'𝙨? Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. Could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. No, Kazuma, you just look at your partner too much. I feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Kura-san? This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have not done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨? You don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we've finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. Witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because 𝙤𝙩 Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted... What's this now? And furthermore... If I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating... Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... 𝙤𝙩♨ What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m, the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. He slammed the table! You did it, my boy! But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know now, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you! I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨? Huh? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? Could have been me. I'm hungry right now. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, me, the 2 witnesses, and as yet unknown third party. It's clearly the last one. Wait, where is Phoenix Wright? He's not here! We're not in the same era as Phoenix Wright anymore. We're in a completely different timeline. So sadly, no more goofy Phoenix. I already miss him, oh my gosh. But we get 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 instead. If you don't know, Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is Oh fuck, what's his first name? Phoenix! I forgot your name! Ryuichi! Ryuichi, naruhodo. That's Phoenix Wright's Japanese name. So we're currently following the timeline of, in a way, what his ancestors. I don't know if that's confirmed at all, but like they have the same last names, and you know. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything, yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Ah, the Edgeworth pose. Don't worry, Counsel, I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out the two of you are deliberately lied when... that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? Yeah, and since this is a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No! Negative? There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Chronicles-san? Oh, no? You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad, I was, So you never saw the gentlewoman? You say gentlewoman, do you mean... You saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue! Order? Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator of this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Inosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Cool, so we need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. Gamers? Who the fuck? Even I don't know. We haven't seen the woman. We only have this guy on at the moment. My bet is that he's not actually a waiter. Something tells me that this business card is important. This business card is definitely important, you know? He's probably someone of influence. He was reluctant to submit his business card. It's that guy. Without a doubt, it's that guy. But we just don't know yet. Whew. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing! What does the defense have to say about all of this, well, Your Excellency? Can I examine? The symbol of 𝙤𝙩𝙨 University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems, lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. How fucking sharp is this? Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin for a sharp mind or something? It's kind of funny. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a 𝙤𝙩𝙨 University. Huh? 𝙤𝙩𝙨 student at the university. You may not come in, they say. That's funny. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already. Oh, I still don't know my student number by heart. Oh, you're so precious. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. You're so cute. Anyways. Oh, this is just a report. Hold on. We need to... Can we examine any more of this? No, we can't, right? It's just a photo. It's this that we need to examine. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Oh my god, so he is important! So, Hosonaga, that's the waiter. Woo! Woo! You had the balls to tell your name, your true name. Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. So that's the prosecution. The only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san! Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If you truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel. I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused. Sorry? A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That is the true nature of this rookie. Eh? Did I submit the wrong evidence? What did I wasn't, I'll be honest, I wasn't looking properly. And there. Eh? Is it not this? Oh, I have to investigate it, right? I forgot. I forgot to examine it! I just read it! Ma! Ma! What an anticlimactic way of losing my first fucking HP point. Anyways. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. Not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector why do I keep saying so? Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Schedule the restaurant's layout is on the back. On the front, it stated that Hosonaga-san is the police inspector. We had to update it more! Yes! Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have asked, the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. Waiter's profession? Well, that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police... Burial. Is it burial? Burial? It doesn't roll off my tongue. Burial. That doesn't keep coming up. I never pronounce it correctly. The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau. Why can't I? It doesn't roll off my tongue. Has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Hold it? Oh, is it the guy? He's here! Inspector Hosonaga! Oh god, he's in between them. I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. What? We'll take us Hi, flashback. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. Strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly, it's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. was an unruly, careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? Well, why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. You have just heard new information that the two witnesses beside you, that at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another room, I don't know if that picked up, another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly, you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. See, I'm sweating a lot, but then when I, like, take off the sleeves of my jacket, I'm cold. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady who I assumed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. Immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the brew. Fuck! It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that will be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! Oh, fuck, I drank all my water. I need to get some water. I forgot how taxing this is on my voice. Goodness. My mouth is so dry already. One possibility to spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. Fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. Don't say it's classified. English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss 𝙤𝙤 Brett. For anyone that can tell me how to pronounce that. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University's medical faculty. What is happening? I'm just as confused. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. Will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir? You'll locate this 𝙩𝙨 and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police! As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Are you going to die? Are you okay? Nothing will get in my way. Oh, are you ignoring your health right now? Goodness! Call will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student 𝙩𝙨 to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good, then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Goodness. Anyways, sorry, I missed chat again because I was caught up in the story. I'm sorry. Before I catch up on chat, I want to quickly step out to get some water, and also because I'm overheating, I guess. Or I need to cool myself the fuck off. Jesus. And also maybe get a snack. Let me at least get the music playing. The music play here. Judicature. Yes. Okay. Since it is a 5-minute recess, we will also take. I mean, the 30-minute recess. I will take like a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess. BRB. Break. Really goofy temperatures, yeah, it does. I hate it. I hate it so much. It means that spring is coming. It's the worst. Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back after the break. I'll catch up on everyone's message. So remember to everyone else, if you haven't gotten some hydration and snacks as well, run off as well before we come back. Okay? Okay. Be right back. I'm back. I have an apple. I do have like this chocolate like biscuit thing as well. But this will be my energy through the stream. Usually the tutorial trial shouldn't be any longer than like 4 hours. So please excuse my crunching. This should not be my dinner. This really should not be my dinner, but... Well, I guess not my dinner, my breakfast, huh? Because I didn't eat anything at all today. I will eat something after stream, guys, I promise. Don't worry. Like, I have a very specific craving in mind right now. I will go eat, but for now. For now. I'll get my sugar in. Which is all I need. Maybe I'll mute whenever I take a bite. Anyways. Let me put that away and let me catch up on everyone's messages. Whew. So I understand why Katana is in the courtroom. Me too, man. But don't question his aesthetics. Have we seen anyone else with like a katana on their belt? Isn't Kazuma the only one at the moment? Yo, Kazuma, put the weapon away. You're gonna scare the children. Wait, there is no children. The people in the gallery right now are only like military people or something. Maybe that's why he has a katana. If shit goes down, he's gonna fight them. Because 𝙩𝙤𝙢 doesn't have any weapons on him at the moment. Not that he would. He's too wimpy. Just a little bit late. Oh, hi Apollo. Hope you're doing well. All the old men are sus as fuck in this game. Yeah, you can't trust any old men. I'm trying to think of like one good old guy in the Ace Attorney games, but no one's coming to mind at the moment. If there is a good guy, right, they're dead. If there's any old person in the game, they've been killed off, unfortunately. There's a child on that person's shoulder and an old man being questioned. The child thing, wasn't really touched upon a lot, but it's just a military guy who can't afford a nanny, so he's babysitting his own child. I feel like saying babysitting doesn't feel right. Like, that doesn't feel right, saying babysitting. He has to take care of his child. I feel like that child is important though. Like, that's a very interesting character, but I haven't gotten a lot at the moment. But the old guy is an antique like seller. If you wanted, I don't know, if you wanted to know more about him, that's why he acts like that. I'll look for a while, letting stream on, expecting miyuu noises as always in the background. No worries, Manidine. Hopefully I don't make any too, like, questionable noises, as I've apparently been doing recently. Oh, actually, you get food ASMR. Hard. I don't know, that sounds like he would speak with a heavy British accent. I wish I could do accents. Even if I have like horrible pronunciation and whatnot, I feel like if I at least was able to do accents, it wouldn't be as bad playing through these games, but all I have is myself. my horrible voice acting, my inability to read, and my lack of correct pronunciations. That's the thrill, I guess, of this of my own playthrough of any Ace Attorney game, I guess. His old man wasn't being questioned, he was prosecution, I believe. Oh, the other old man is what you were talking about. Yeah, the other one is an asshole. He looks like all the other tutorial assholes in Ace Attorney. Can't remember their names. I've already forgotten their names. Spring is coming in fast, to be honest. It is! I see so many bugs and, like, my allergies. My last few streams, you know, I've been, like, sniffling a lot and, like, complaining about my allergies. It's coming quick and I don't want to admit it. Just go straight into summer, man. Because I don't like the fluctuating temperatures in spring. It's really annoying. Also, hi Lab, I'm sorry. I was reading back on the messages. Thank you for stopping by the stream. I hope you're doing well. Okay, excuse me while I just crunch my apple before we continue. I don't really want to leave it like a half-eaten apple as we play through. I feel like it's been so long since I've eaten an apple. This is a really tiny apple, by the way. Like, I can hide this with both my hands, and I have pretty small hands. I just have to make any broken record characters British. I mean, there is good British characters though. But as an Australian, I have some opinions. Oh my god! I forgot to mention that spooked me so hard. Well, excuse me. For those that have been on the channel for a while, I had the default notification whenever someone subbed to the channel, so I updated it. I updated it to be a clown noise. Thank you, Lab. Thank you so much for subbing. Hope you enjoy your time here. It's hard to not make any too much crunching noises. Make them all British. So he has trouble reading dialogue. Fuck you. When I play the game, I'll tell people about how the creator went out of their way to spite me. You can't do that! Well, joke's on you, I'm playing this game. I'll be able to, I'll get through the dialogue in one way or another. Joke's on you. My lack of reading comprehension won't stop me from playing dialogue heavy games. Maybe I should have kept the break on text on the stream. I'm a very slow eater. Even though this is a tiny ass apple, I'm taking a while to crunch through it. Meow. Hey! No more crunching ASMR for those that were, I don't know, enjoying the crunch. It's gone now. Goodbye. Although I have said that, because I brought like these chocolate biscuits with me, I want to at least I want to at least eat one. I brought them in with me to like trick my brain. I don't know if I'll actually snack through them like I did in my previous 𝙤𝙨 streams, where I did like try to bring a snack with me. We'll see. But the point of them tricking me is so that like my brain is like, what? I have food with me, so it'll be okay. You can keep going. Rather than if there wasn't food in the room, I'd be like, oh, I want food so badly, and then I have to step out. Funny thing about these biscuits is that it's actually quite mid. Like, these are very boring biscuits. But I like biscuits. I just like the bread. I also really like wafers. Whenever I eat chocolate, it's literally just it's usually either the biscuits or like the ones with wafers in them. Like, I don't mind the chocolate, like, you know, the little treats. Like, I've also brought those into my room, but they're kind of there just for like pick-me-ups, like genuine like emergencies where I need to like put something in my mouth, and that's usually a sweet. I just forget to refill, so I always find myself craving something. Anyways, point is, I can't eat those, but I don't know. Even though I call myself a sweet tooth, I actually can't handle like just eating straight chocolate sometimes, or at least like I need to like drink water in between. I don't know if that makes sense. feel like it might more be the fact that I don't like how it coats my mouth. So I always want to rinse it. I'm kind of like this with like some of my food though. I always eat rice, right? With something. So if there's like a sauce on a dish that's like really strong, I can't just eat like, you know, that dish. I'd like have it with rice to like mild it down. I don't know if that makes sense. That's just how I am. Anyways. Guys, a little Easter egg. The maker of this game actually had a personal vendetta against me. In a way, that's kind of a compliment, isn't it? For someone to hate you so much, or like have some kind of like spite against you to like put something in. Like in honor of this asshole, I did this, you know? I think that's a funny thought. For me to voice a character, then he realized I would charge him money and he was broke AF at the time. I'm just saying. This goes for any, if you ever get the art of any of your characters down, I'm more than happy to do the fan art. Me concept art, like being a concept artist though. Oh, sorry, I'm like rearranging all of my windows. Me being a concept artist is a no-no. Also, no free labor. Hey, not in this economy. Okay. So we know that there is a woman now. That wasn't just a poor 𝙤𝙩'𝙨's like craziness. There was a physical woman there, and now we are in recess waiting for her. Excellent work, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't there alone. There was a woman with him, like I've been saying all along. After snacking, my reading comprehension has not changed the slightest. If anything, I feel like it has decreased. Yes, you have, haven't you? I'll not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with it? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up... Sometimes will we like hear that bang? I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. I was thinking about a detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor? Yeah. Professor Mikotaba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in a trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. And to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you did prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. And as you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. It was I who invited him. Oh! I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went into extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, need you to run an errand at the university at once. That's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruto. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before these old fossils know what hit... What's hit them? Old fossils? God, you're a ruthless little guy. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from me, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. He doesn't want thank yous. He wants the money. The money for his feud. No free labor? You're writing broken record stuff while watching, by the way. No worries, good luck with your writing. I look forward to reading any of it, I guess. If you choose to spoil it. Court hereby resumes trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Forget. Prosecutor 𝙤𝙩𝙨, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes. Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation with our nation founders? And our nation founders, sorry. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. We really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up, rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Louder for the people at the back! Ryunosuke, let's go! Hell yeah!
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss 𝙤𝙩𝙨 Brett. I wonder what she looks like. Oh, Your Excellency! Eh? Oh my god, this music. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman in Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Isn't that the race? No, that's fine. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm sorry, sir. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Yes, we all know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty? Maybe that just means he doesn't look at women, Maybe he's not interested in women. Ooh, that was a step. So dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Lady says her name is 𝙩𝙤'𝙨. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear those are tones of the delightful language of the British people. Oh, goodness me. I don't understand a word she said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. Look. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, 𝙤𝙨. Yeah, because you guys go to Japan, America in centuries' time. Well, not you guys, your bloodline. It's only a matter of time. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if it may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called 𝙤𝙤'𝙨, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I was so excited to be able to, like, try and do a voice for her. But alas, it's just translation. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you are so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Huh? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a steak of beef. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
This is a condemning testimony indeed. I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. You filthy wretch! You're such a dick! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. Oh my god, I hate you! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Still making the same mistakes, 𝙤𝙨. Mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the... I still can't... Hold on, let me just... Bureau... Why doesn't it roll off my tongue? It just doesn't. Bureau... What? Huh? I'm not saying the same thing! Bureau... 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 Anyways, it was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. I think that was a wise fucking decision on your part, but alas, whatever. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless until the precise location where the witnesses have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is mute. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. How long ago is this? Because I know that there is some dresses back then that had like these little pocket things. But I'm pretty sure that was a lot older. It's like this little like thing that you tie around your waist. I'm pretty sure, but I can't remember how the layering system works for these kinds of dresses. I'm not into fashion, I just saw videos. But either way, even if that is the case, apparently she couldn't have a gun on her. Witnesses' own words on the matter. It's ridiculous. If only I was able to... Hold on! Pause! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. 𝙤𝙨? Don't think about doing anything rash, 𝙤𝙨. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. What the fuck do we have on us that's gonna tear her apart, huh? Goodness me. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. Bitch! The defense now may now cross-examine the witness. Oh! Yes, Your Excellency. Eating that apple has made me feel a lot better. I'm not sweating as much as I was before.
Yes!
After 2 PM, in fact. That's really quite late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashion from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No! Ugh. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. I hate you so much. So irritating. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
Is unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? Seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. You and me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. No, she has the unfortunate pleasure of fucking meeting you, sir. God, you're so annoying. Hold on, give me a moment. Let me take my allergy pills. I can feel my, like, my nose itching. Goodness. Okay. Ah, allergies, man. Hay fever. Currently working on relic sets. The term relic might be changed for something else, we'll see. I get what you mean though. But that's fun. Relic sets. I guess since you're going through all of, like, their kits and stuff, you have to really think about the relics. Sorry I was busy. You're fine, man! Focus on your prep for your vacation. You don't have to worry. Did you get it right? No, because I do not remember those words in my brain. Alright guys, Miyuu will never do a test like a school test stream. Never catch me doing that. If for some reason you guys see me in like a trivia like situation, boom, I'm decking the fuck out. I don't know how, but I'll get myself out of that situation. I swear to God, I hated trivia the most. General knowledge is like the last thing I have in my brain. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. What's funny is I don't... Is she understanding? Is Osanaga even translating this? I feel like no, you don't need to translate anything he says. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Yeah, but there was only one... They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, 𝙤𝙤'𝙨? About the witness's last statement. Very meaningful. Well, that statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. To tell us, what is this profound bearing? Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Oh, her smile is creepy. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. The beef steak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Guys! You guys are very good at keeping your fish fresh. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. You need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did, when I noticed him, was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not! Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. English is the future. We must all speak English. One of the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. In a way, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. The part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. The next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Look at her. She's a bitch. Look at her.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot ran out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. My fucking nose! Sorry, I smell a liar. I smell a rat in the room. That's why my nose is getting so irritated. It wasn't like this before, wasn't it? It was only until she appeared. Ah! Yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. That highly suspicious. That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel. Fucking no. Dirty. Your baseless accusations could... I clicked it by accident. Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense! The lady is merely stating what she saw. This is already an international incident as far as I am concerned anyway. You poor thing.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctively remember her saying, I'm not. That's all you did? You just asked her. Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or, there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, how many fucking adjectives do you have? Prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your officer told you to get the woman out of there. Oopsie. I need like a wrist rest, like it hurts to... We'll try this. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Yeah, ignore him, he's not worth your time. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. Feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. Best thing to do is to press her on any of the statements. Yeah, we've done it already. Need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Woo. Why are the animations so slow?
Yes!
No! Fuck! I was meant to click the other one. How do you get around with that hat? Is that kind of heavy? Like, if you tilt your head back, like, even a little bit, wouldn't it start, like, tilting? Shouldn't we be able to see your face by now?
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. See, now my feet is cold. I'm not sweating anymore, but now I'm like insanely cold. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct. the lady says. Well, it's odd? Very odd. Yeah, me, what's odd is the fence's inability to express itself. Ugh. 𝙞𝙩'𝙨, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over... miniature? Miniature... What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the cake? You can't... I was just gonna ignore what he was saying, but now I have to search up how to pronounce it. Fuck you, man. It's more precise or trivial details or something. Minutiae? Can you tell that I just don't read enough to know these words? Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the defective? Yeah, the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try to tell me you can click with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and I thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Ugh, that gave me goosebumps. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. We could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in a state of disarray. That's absurd. If she was scared, she wouldn't give a shit. Why is that the first thing? Isn't that suspicious? The first thing is to conceal my identity that I was there in the first place because of how terrifying it is. Shut up! Shut up! That doesn't make any sense! In what scenario is that okay? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. There's not a gun in there or anything, is it? That'd be kind of funny. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag that she was carrying.
Handbag, you say? A handbag, you say?
Okay. Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. God, my nose is so fucking itchy. I smell it. I smell a bitch. I can't help it. It's itching until she exposes herself. I don't think the itch is gonna go away. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass.
Yeah, it's satisfactory!
And henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... the glass? The handbag? Nothing in particular? What would be on a glass that she would want to steal away? It has to be the glass, it's not the handbag or anything. If there's it's the glass. Why? She has no reason to take the glass away unless there was something on the glass. If you ask me, it's the fact that she took the glass that has a deeper significance here. Why do you think that? Because it's the property of the restaurant. It's not some harmless act of pilfering, like taking a bar of soap home from the public baths, is it? You take soap from the public baths? What? No, I mean, that isn't significant here. It's very significant, but this isn't the time or the place. Hey, if it's free stuff. There are more important things to concentrate on now. I think maybe you should reconsider your position too. Ugh, sorry, I will. So it's not the glass, it's the handbag? Is there something in the handbag? Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. Why? So she literally just stole the glass just to hide the fact that she existed. So her bet was that the courtroom wouldn't, like, show her there at all. Isn't it too obvious then? If she had a handbag, wouldn't have this, you know what? I have no reason to question anything in this game. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. No, I didn't. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Really earned work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. I feel like she would have disposed of it already. She just wanted to conceal. I feel like she used the handbag to conceal the weapon. You know, and then she disposed of it. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? Or to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print.
It's fucking see-through! Nah.
This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside.
No, you can't! You can't see there's something blocking the back of it! Nah, unless it's just the backing of the...
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious.
Why did you hide the glass then?
As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh. Oh no! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of handbag. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. Think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start.
Oh, even Kazuma's fucking pet. Oh no, we're fucked. We're cooked. We're cooked if he's troubled. We're so cooked.
Kazuma? I'm sorry. Inosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. Fact, you can chew to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? Heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which you can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. A smug little... Inosuke 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, having considered all the evidence placed before me... Yes. Wait! Your Excellency! Inosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet! This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. There's a blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone this court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. I'm just gonna quickly save. Thing is, right, we see whatever that mark is, but what does that mark mean, you know? It doesn't mean anything to us right now, and that's the annoying bit. Is it like a bull marking? That doesn't mean anything. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
I don't know. What does it mean?
Can I see anything else? No? No? Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? Oh my god, what is that pose? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? It has to be the marking on his wrist, no? Like, there's no other way. Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. This has like virtually no meaning, but what does it mean?
Is it a trick question? It shouldn't be. This is the tutorial.
I'm gonna click it anyways. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. Please, Coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. You're not gonna be like, oh, I need to leave! Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brent has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Fuck you! Oh my god! She'll like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, 𝙤𝙨? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. 𝙤𝙨 learns how to bluff like Phoenix, right? He learns how to lie. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. If you're fucked anyway, take everyone down with you. Good thinking. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, we can do that. We might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. Can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? Have to find some link between that burn and the case. Should I go examine his medical record again? You have a record of some kind of medical treatment, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Tooth take out. Before we went for lunch, Dr. Wilson had to have a decayed tooth removed. They probably used laughing gas so he couldn't feel anything. It's the latest medical advancement in the West. Yes, I've heard people talking about this new idea of anesthetic. It's impossible to imagine not being able to feel pain, though. This cautionary note at the end, it says, yeah, no food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. That's all it is, though. I had a funny thought in my head where, what if he... But no, that wound is like fresh as, you know, it's fresh as fuck. But I did have a thought of, you know, the bang noise, like the gunshot noise. What if it wasn't a gunshot? What if it was the coin? I'm still thinking about those two witnesses where that old guy lost his coin. What if it like dropped on the floor? He was trying to find it though, he never found it. What if the coin was dropped and it sounded like a gunshot? I don't even know what the coin looks like, but it shouldn't be that loud. That's why I dismissed the thought. I didn't say anything. But I feel like that'd be so funny if that was the case. That only leads me to believe. What the fuck is this? You know? The laughing gas thing as well. There's something going on. It's the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. What the fuck does it mean? So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Let me save again. Alright everyone, let's read the thing. Not that one. No exit wound, but it did not pass through the body. From pectoral ballistic trauma. They did die from a gunshot to the chest. Out of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. That's not. Oh, look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes? What of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. His handwriting was too good. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study hard or you're scared. I'll inspect everything. Let me make sure I click everything again. Even though we've already read it. He's a detective. Let's face it, there's a lot of power influence. The wedding is somewhere here. Yeah. This doesn't do anything. Like this is just to look closer. Look close, like look for what, you know? There isn't really anything here. I don't remember anything here. Wait, it clicked, wait, it clicked, it's clocked, it's clocked, it's clicked, it's clocked, it fucking clocked. Yo, what the fuck? Hey! That's it? The steak? Nah, what the fuck? That's it? That's all it takes? Oh my god.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Hey, hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really would be quite inexcusable. I don't want my brain to stop now. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason it was recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. A plate? Ah! Your Excellency, you're right! As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. 𝙩𝙞𝙢𝙨, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor 𝙁𝙨, the chances of that are extremely slim. Excuse me. Blech. Extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I'd say looking at the picture of the wound that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the fence just pointed out. There was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it, something isn't right here! As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him scream, hear him cry out either. I'm trying to think, what does this mean? Like, why was his hand on the stake? What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us without a question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor 𝙁𝙨? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. 𝙩𝙞𝙢𝙨, do you think? Can it really be true? Emma dreamt that we arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. Trap? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed the burn was already deceased. No, you talk to him. He's not dead. I feel like the disease is the most like shocking though, if that's what you're saying. Oopsie, I wasn't meant to click again. Oopsie. It's connected to the laughing gas. The man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, what are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Is that correct? I feel like no. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Please explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Oh, that's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor 𝙤𝙨, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. Witness, if it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. Certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency... Justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass a judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Starting off strong with the tutorial case being someone was actually dead. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett? You speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying your country after all.
But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Why are you here?
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Yuck! Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman! You're truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Oh god, he's into it. You see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. We're finally going to hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, 𝙤𝙨. She's a bitch, Your Honor. I mean, what? Victim's death.
Fortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrists like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't even...
What the fuck?
Probably wouldn't pick up Stop on it anyway.
Such a bitch. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Captivating? Beautiful? Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady.
It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Sure, I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If I were to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
Oh. I'll do it too! I'll do it too! Unity! Brother in arms! We've got this! We'll take the bitch down! Ah!
Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination. Victim's death.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What?
Ah! What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right! As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't.
Anyway.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir.
Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least, for the benefit of others in the court. It means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork, a fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of trauma. Trauma? Did I read that? Cause of death. my brain just like... my brain just cut out. Let me drink water. bro, I want to get this trial over and done with. I reach a point in Ace Attorney trials where, like, if a character is, like, very, very obviously a bitch, or if they're just, like, a dickhead, I just want to, like, speed through the dialogue so that I can sentence them away. Like, I'm tired of your shenanigans, please go away. Get away from my screen.
Could only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. If the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen... Excuse me, hic. He must have already been dead at that point. And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor 𝙤𝙨 is right. Ugh. Good smile.
Yes.
Without leaving a trace. Someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there'll always be telltale traces on the body.
For saying that,
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There will be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, does it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet, young lady's innocence into question? Oh my, on my honor, I, Taketsuchi 𝙤𝙨, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. The fact that... Oh, that's why she hit the glass. I was gonna say, well, if he didn't... The reason why she was... why did she say damn you to the waiter, not like seeing if the guy drank his water or not? There's not fucking traces of poison in his fucking carbonated drink, is there? Well, nah, my lady, you wouldn't! You rascal! Who did the gunshot though? I can't help but wonder what... the gunshot was like on his dead body then. There was also the thing at the start of the trial. Was it the start of the trial or before the trial? Where the police force only inspects what they see. They're not up to technology yet on fully examining like the state of the body. Like a full autopsy report, if you could say. It's just a post-mortem report. So what we see on his body after, you know, after his death, which is the very straightforward single bullet fired at supposed close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, and the bullet did not pass through the body. Cool. It's evidence. Who did the shot? I'm trying to backtrack on like how the crime laid out, you know?
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? The lands of the... In the lands of the great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
That scared me. That genuinely scared me. Nani? What? What the fuck? God, that scared me. That actually jump scared me.
Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to you, your naive detectives, to try to preserve the crime scene. Trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Haha! A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 is finally starting to see sense.
Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. Detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might be present... It might present an opening, maybe. Right? I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Oh, right then. Wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Okay. So my first thought was like, okay, wait, if we're starting to talk about like supposed poisoning now, right? And him coughing blood, if he had any poison on him, wouldn't he be dead? At the moment, I feel like the only reason he'd find himself is that, okay, he didn't ingest anything. Ingest? Huh? He didn't drink it. If you drank the poison, you'd be the same state as the fucking professor. Meaning, on his body somewhere, he's huh? My first thought was like that towel, but what? But then, I'm fucking once again trying to. How did the scene work out? How did the scene play out? Nothing is coming to mind. Her last statement.
Yes.
Please don't jump scare me. I'm ready.
Wait.
Okay, I need to... Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
I'm gonna have to get used to that new fucking mechanic. And since we can't deal with the volume sliders in this fucking game, I'm gonna get jump scared every single time. Oh, how lovely. Just when I thought I could run away from Apollo's scary bracelet sound effect jump scare, a new one comes up in this game. I thought I was free! Ah! God forbid the game doesn't try to like spook you with something, or there's no other way to actually clear the game. Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue. I like this BGM. Explain how to do it now, Ryosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. Wait, okay, this is like a genuine new mechanic. Hold on, let me adjust my seat. Let me adjust my seat so I have to get used to this. This one's new. This one's new. I've been used to everything else up until this point. Okay. What marker? Oh yeah, okay. Alright. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Right then, so first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective, then pursue him and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Do I have to drag it? Oh, there you go.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. God! What the? What's the meaning? Wait, I shouldn't be laughing. I think you're dying. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Look like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? You have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett. Well, yes, if you don't mind. I'd like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But It was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. You drank it! Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. You didn't drink it to fucking verify it, did ya? Oh my fucking god, you... Ah! That just means he's a good detective! Ah! Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle. Why? Why is it always water? It always goes back to water in this fucking game. I thought I was free. Carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes. It was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. Inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. You think so? Let me ask you. I forgot. We just need a... I forgot this is the same thing because we updated it with the thing.
Yes!
Oh, but if we have the new mechanic, I should try and click through everything anyways, huh? I feel like it was only for that bit though. There you go.
Yes! Objection!
I'm confused on what I present here then.
Yes!
There shouldn't be anything new. I'm assuming there's nothing new on... Oh, should I try and press the last statement? Like, is it still her same statement?
Yes!
Please don't cough. Okay, it's not there anymore. The evidence, excellent work, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨. Sorry. I've never even thought of pursuing other witness over the current witness's statements. That was a great idea of yours, 𝐢𝐧𝐿. It was all thanks to you noticing that the detective... I keep calling him defective. No, he's not defective. Well, he's becoming... Nah, don't finish that. I reacted strangely to what the lady said. I never guessed he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So you know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table, by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If he could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe we should just present the evidence and see what happens. So just present the so we're just like bowling at this point, like we don't need to make a connection. So this statement? Or this statement? This one. Take a man's life away. I guess I should save. That's not saved. I always get confused on what I'm supposed to present, or what is the right thing to be presenting on what statement. What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? And on that day, he was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink. There's only one person who could have possibly done it. 𝙩𝙤'𝙨, it was you! She probably slipped the poison in when, 𝙤𝙨 went to talk to the professor, because that was before his meal came, I think. Objection! It's outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? You've said it so many times already. You're the only person who's been saying it too. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Objection! This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may. I'll silence you forever. What did you say? I'll silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on the lovely young— He did have a weapon on him! He's not the only one! Cousin Mo isn't the only one that's armed! Yo! 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 Also, the British woman has spoken. I'm sorry, lady, I can't do a British accent, but maybe that's for the best. It is you who should be silent. Oh, of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I will test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison at any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. He did not drink it. He's smart enough to make sure not to drink it. Okay. He's dying from another method, I guess. What? Are you sure? Tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No.
very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Get up, my boy, get up! We have a full game to play!
Oh, so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. Think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. Done for it. Cole wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Isn't there someone that needs to pick something up from an office that needs to maybe appear right about fucking now? Because I'd appreciate it a lot!
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
I don't. Someone could. Someone else, anyone else could.
Azuma? Sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it. Gamer! Hell yeah! Let's go! Bam!
Please, wait. Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba.
She's the daughter?
Judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. Sorry. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
There's 3 parts to this? God, okay. Remember when I said, oh, this shouldn't take any more than 3 hours? Not 3 hours. 4 hours because it's a tutorial, case. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Never trespass me, Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. 1:14 PM. Oh, we are clutching this one. Susato.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into, my courtroom? Ha! Judicial...
I can't even finish that sentence! I'm not! Fuck you!
The rules state...
Ah! What the fuck?!
that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ha! You're too late, little girl.
Ah! This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes, I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful.
Hi!
Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something, written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English woman's? Her poison! Okay, very specifically, it said Japanese, what? All the poison in the country that they've been able to, like, identify. She's not cooking in the labs, is she?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Cure and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Cure? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. I'm going to kill you! In Minecraft! Fuck you! Oh my god!
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eyes over it.
This is wonderful, thank you. 𝙩𝙨's report, a report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at 𝙤𝐸 University.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Bye. You have had long enough, counsel. I cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present the court? I presume not, but... Prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. 𝙤𝙩'𝙨, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. She's just a lady, you don't need to be dear to her. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Ah, you can fuck this one up somehow! Miss 𝙩𝙨, Brett? We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at 𝙤𝐸 University, doing research. Research? By sheer coincidence, perhaps? Into a deadly poison? What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? Toxin known as 𝙤𝐻, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death. What complete and utter nonsense! 𝙤𝐻, you say? Never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of 𝙤𝐻 before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify 𝙤𝐻. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Order?
Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, 𝙤𝙨 has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. Poor fucking 𝙤𝙨. He's only catching up on the reading now. Cosmo's already read it, so that's why he's saying it. Or 𝙤𝙨, he's just reading through all of it right now. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. Oh, sweetie, you got this. It's okay. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with 𝙤𝙨 suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Trumpery. These aspersions are utterly trumpery. To start with, the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison. He would have been squirming and withering in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the 𝙤𝙨 was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly 𝙤𝙨 poison. That is actually very fucked. That is terrifying. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison. This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may? I'm sorry. If I may. Oh. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... It is you. You must be taught. Oh, of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled! What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is
It's breaking the rules!
What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
She did fucking poison the glass! It's the glass! It's not the bottle! Don't drink it! Don't drink it! Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Don't drink it. Do not drink it. I swear to fucking absolute god, you should drink. Just gonna drink it. Nice pouring. No splash. He's a good waiter. Maybe you should change occupations.
Don't get too big for don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Island boys?
Sorry? To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
What are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
I think what's more horrific is that she took the glass, right? They still shouldn't be able to find the traces of poison, but they'd be able to find traces of like a substance coating the inside of the glass, and that's why she took it. So even though they can't identify whether or not it is a poison, there could be an unknown substance in that cup. But I don't know if we can find that out. We don't have the resources.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So no cure. The bottle was clean, is that what you were saying?
You look quite incredulous. Sorry. Little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Oh, fuck. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. Perhaps, so how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to be... there must have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there?
But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead.
Come on, 𝙤𝙨. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison, contains no poison. Contains no poison, but I'm still gonna save because I have anxiety. No, not again! Not again! As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, 𝙤𝙨? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
Sometimes your unalterated naivety really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? Did I fuck up? Really? In the water? Unless you want me to like reword it. This whole trial is poison, that's funny. Wording? Wording? Culprit did put Carrera poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle can contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. So the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Maybe I'm wrong? Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. It explains how the witness was able to consume this deadly, supposedly poisoned water unscathed. I'm going crazy.
Can I not present the glass? Does that not... Wording!
A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death even in minute doses. The above mentioned effects occur when the poisons enter the body through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Excuse me? This is why you should always read through the fucking court record. I can't! Oh, I left my hair clip. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just... When I'm stressed, I go immediately for my hair clip so that I can start, like, stimming with it. Wait, do I present this then? What we've talked about is instant paralysis of the body when... Oh, okay, Kazuma said that. Was the dialogue ever him mentioning that it's when those effects appear when The anesthetic. We know that the dental with the laughing gas.
I give up. I've already lost a point. Technically I've lost 2 points of HP. It reset when we entered into the next like bit. I'm going crazy. Yo, I'm going crazy. Yes. Incorrect. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. Surely not. There's no valid explanation. No? Do I just present the glass? After all, it's just the glass, isn't it? We don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish, wait. Listen, feeling young scoundrels trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Sasato's notes. Yeah, Ma! I concur this report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the permanent section council. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Ma! I forgot which page! Second page? Special characteristics? Wait, what was your initial question? Hold on. What explains how the witness is able to consume this poison? So it's special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this career poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use those laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says the poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. Why does it just lead back to the fucking bullet that I'm trying to figure out who shot it? What's written? When career enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects, however. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett? You authored this research. You know Carrera's special characteristics. And you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any dangers to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion. The bird's alive? Isn't that heavy? Well, Inosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? Oh, this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it... I agree, you should shut up. I want to hydrate. waiter dying though? What is causing his sickness? What's going on? I feel like the longer, like, we should get you admitted to a hospital, so I don't want you to die. I'm tired of the good people dying.
So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. And I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish?
Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, 𝙤𝙤 is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Suckers? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So if this poison, lethal poison, is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right. Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
It leads back to the fucking gunshot that I've been trying to figure out. How the fuck did a gunshot come in? It all turns back! And that stupid cup in her handbag! Fucking hell. Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this 𝙤𝙤 poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you would understand something as simple as that?
Nah, maybe it is the cup. Nah, trust in water. It's always been the perpetrator. Trust in water being the fucking asshole of everything.
What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies.
It's called spite! Yeah! It's so intense, almost rage-like. It's spite! 𝙤𝙤'𝙨, you're learning how to hate! Become a hater! This is already a good step into the future. Everything that happens in history is fucking thanks to hate. Hate my son!
More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
He said it! Objection! He's evolved! He's evolved!
I don't think so, Miss 𝙤𝙨 brat. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the 𝙤𝙤?
I know, I can't deny my brain has started to like spiral where I actually don't know. My first thought was burn. That is a wound. I don't know how she could have. Did she lace the fucking plate with poison? I feel like no. Or is the wait? Okay, or can it follow in that if his cup is laced with poison and then he got a wound from this, and How does science work like that, though? My other weird train of thought has, once again, like, I feel like this is completely irrelevant, but this keeps coming back to my brain. This fucking medical record. Is this technically a wound? Does him having a teeth removed technically a wound? Would have there been... Because if he goes to drink it from the cup, if he drank it and the supposed liquid enters the mouth, I haven't gotten a tooth taken out before at like a dental clinic, so I can't deny I'm not too sure about the procedures there. Does that make sense? I'm trying to think, like, what you wanted. What's happened to Dr. Wilson that has not happened to her for him to be able to die? I don't know if I cooked with that thought, so if it's wrong, it's wrong. You know, I tried my best, right? If it doesn't, I'll present everything else. I should still have like 4 points of HP, you know? Fuck it, we bowl. Fuck it, we bowl. I don't know if it makes sense though, I don't know! Because the burn one doesn't make sense the most to me. So the only thing that makes sense is the fact that she chose to do this crime knowing full well that she won very specifically that after he had this procedure that she wanted them to eat out together, even though she should know that he shouldn't be able to eat. Isn't that kind of rude to bring someone to dinner? No, not lunch. No, lunch. Sorry, they had lunch. Lunch and only one person eats together? I'm sure he was just like a nice guy, like, no, it's fine, but like, you could have just cancelled. Actually going crazy. I'm fucking going crazy. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effects of Carrera are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Pratt, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. That's what I'm saying! So that's it, you use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. Puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No, I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! It's the English woman, she just smashed that bottle! And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can't thump the bench and shout it. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day using 𝙤𝙨. And then, in order to frame 𝙤𝙨 for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden handgun. The handgun, it's definitely a handgun. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, the Don, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by accused 𝙤𝙨 𝙩𝙨. Heck, why do I keep... It's unbelievable. Excuse me, I'll drink water. It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. 𝙤𝙨? Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head! You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color.
You mean this is fake? Oh wait, that was after the crime scene, so this is different. Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't see that one. Huh? Excuse me?
Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer?
There has to be a clue. We don't really have a choice. Oh, it's 𝙩𝙨'𝙨's ability, his powers of observation. It's just him having a photographic memory. Yo, crazy. I only remember blobs of color.
Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, 𝙩𝙨'𝙨? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Right, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is. It is the fork, is it? Not the fork, is it the source? Is that blood actually? I don't know anymore. My emotions are being played with. It's the blood, because that blood wasn't there before. Is that blood? But what's the point in there being blood? Oh, I don't know! If we press the blood, can you even see it? It's not here in either of the two photos. We can't really prove it. The only thing I can prove is the fucking fork. The fork of which one of them looks stained while the other doesn't. It's the fork. It's the... This is debate, you know? This is debate. That's debate. That's debate. I'll take an L. It's okay if the L if Wait, can they still bring the steak? No, they couldn't. Is this it's been 3 days. Will the steak be disposed? But what does the fork have to... Maybe the fork is... Okay. But that's the thing. If it's blood, it doesn't make sense if it's blood. If it's blood, then what? They couldn't find the trace of the poison in his body because they were able to find traces of the poison. Oh, well, they weren't able to find traces of the poison in the thing. So they wouldn't have been able to find the traces of the poison, no? So the blood wouldn't mean anything. What's the fork even fucking mean then? Oh. I think it's the fork. I think it's the fork, but this is fucking me up. If I lose a point, it's okay. If I lose a point, it's okay. If I lose a point, it's okay. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. You did take the steak. You didn't- you actually took the fucking steak, did you? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Ha! Wait a minute. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What a memory. Saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. We know that the bullet wound didn't go through, so that's like absolute proof. That will shut down her thing where she's like,
oh, the professor was facing away towards you and you shot him in the chest. Oh, his back was towards me. I wouldn't have been able to shoot him. Oh, my dearie me.
you know? Plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
So, rather than anything to do with what's in the blood, it's more the positioning of the blood. That's it. That's all it took.
The blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Josiah Brett. I beg your pardon?
I'm surprised that I can't do a British accent. You think the one accent I could do is the British accent, but I can't do that, no. Can't do an Australian accent either. Well, an over like, exaggerated Australian accent anyways. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean
You have the steak?
Yes, I took the plate! In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all.
And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it!
You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. Took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice.
You're such a fucking lad!
And we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Inspector? The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir.
Another piece of evidence has entered the courtroom. Oh my god, there it is! It's 3D!
Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure.
Yeah.
No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! No, I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table beside, behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
Yeah.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see,
Why does she actually? That's what's clicked. When she does that pose, she looks like she's doing a JoJo pose.
this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Ugh.
Can agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
Wow.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
The fork! The fork! I hold the fork! The fork! Get me out of this mess. I'm tired of looking at her.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Renosuke, get up! Get up!
Sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again. Be my guest.
Oh, we can examine it!
Plate of steak, the meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident.
Let me examine it! Let me examine it! Let me examine it! Would you eat this steak? I'm not really a beef person, I'll be honest. I can eat beef, but it's not my like first choice. Like a full like steak is not for me, I'll be honest. If it's with rice, maybe. But I don't know. Beef is not my thing. I prefer pork. Anyways. You're not gonna be like, oh, there's a secret compartment if you lift up the plate. Some shit like that.
Was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Renosuke? It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what.
Get up, your boyfriend's next to you.
Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine—
Oh, I forgot to click examine! Oh my god, wait. Yo, you're cooking. Yeah, get it.
The plate was changed?
Oh my god, this is gonna make me go crazy!
What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hui era, I believe. No. I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hui Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I believe it's very valuable. This is the first time today that there's been talk of a Hui Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bouillon. I don't think you ever will again. Excuse me. This is extraordinary, though. This means certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hui era too. That would make it quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. Think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Renosuke. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation.
That was like the last thing, but to see here, but at least we got the loose ends tied for the whole two witness situation.
As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? A blood stain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. There has to be. We'll be fucked here if we don't. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. With how many ups and downs we've gone through, yeah, we have to. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
Sam, as nearly a affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. I just acted. Oh my god. Let me save. Oh, it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoya era, I believe. I shouldn't have examined it. I didn't realize we would examine it here. I thought I'd have to do it myself again. Imagine you're sitting in the gallery and then you like look, you're behind the fence. You peer over, and these two like schoolboys essentially are just looking at a plate, just a steak, piece of steak on a plate.
Got it.
Saucy. Good gracious, that's a Koban? What on earth? Oh, error one at that. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? Never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Go to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. What? Any chefs out here? Do you have a coin in your hand as you're cooking? Huh? When you're, whoever is plating the dish, I guess. Do you have a coin in your fucking hand?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? Rare Hoe Koban just appears to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to the Great Britain now. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency, Miss Counsel, Rare Hoe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Fuck you! Perhaps, little boy, you should realize it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. There's another you're not gonna make me go through another testimony, are you? Not this late in the game. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beef steak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kyuryo Korekura-san. Korekura-san.
Mr. Cucumber something?
Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Yes. Old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. Gunshot interested me not, I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for the
for treasure. Indeed, the 𝙤𝙨 Korban, my prized coin. And this 𝙤𝙨 Korban, do you mean to tell me? Please, why would Kurakura-san's Korban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Well, that's the point, isn't it? That's why we're trying to find out. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurakura-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Please don't do another testimony. I'm not. Oh my god, why is this so long? Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Both of them? Oh, so that the sergeant can give us, tell us what he was. Oh, at a moment's delay. Can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Korban, we'll find that it's a key element to the case. What the fuck is this lineup? Holy shit! Goodness me, look at everyone here! Okay, I'm going to take like a very, very quick break. A quick bathroom break because I've just been chugging water the entirety of the stream. I'll be right back, alright? Quick bathroom break. And then we continue. This case is killing me, Jesus Christ. Also, apologies guys, I just realized so many messages. I'm sorry that I haven't
I haven't been replying to them as much. I'm so invested in the story. After actually stepping out, I feel like I just got like blindsided. I feel like I was just blindsided for so long. I was just very, very focused on the story. Oh my god, there's so many. Did notice, welcome back Borg and welcome back 𝙞𝙩'𝙨. Sorry. Sorry for my just high, like, what? Me hyper-focusing on the game. Skimming, I'm noticing it's a lot about the game at least. Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm going through my villain arc, by the way. I feel like I'm going crazy. Also, the mechanics for this, is it similar to the 𝙁 crossover? I wouldn't be surprised if they brought it over to this one anyways. I'd be surprised if they did copy it though, but then... And I've never seen like gameplay of the original, like a great Ace Attorney, so I have no idea. I only just knew about like the characters. Like a good amount of the characters. There's a bug on my screen. Yeah, even the cursor's annoying me a little bit. I've been trying to put it out of the way. If the cursor is really annoying you guys, I can turn it off on the stream. I usually leave my cursor on so that, I don't know, if I'm like clicking around the place or like trying to show something, right? You can see my cursor. Oopsie! I was not meant to click that. I'm just clicking back into the game. So you guys, you know how I'll be like, oh, this looks important. Like you can see like my cursor. Since have I mentioned this? My cursor is a Pokemon. If anyone knows the Pokemon. It's my favorite Pokemon. So I have them, I have it as a cursor. It's really cute. But I know that it's kind of annoying. Any other chapters in this game? Just one single long trial. Please, please end this. All the messages just got vanished into the shadow realm. Yeah, a lot of it is gone. And there's a lot of it that I can't really skim since the stream is going for a lot longer than I had anticipated. So I need to wrap up this case as like quickly as possible. Because, reminder once again guys, I have not eaten. I didn't think I'd stay up this late too. I genuinely thought it would only be a 4-hour trial. I'm getting absolutely cooked right now. Galarian wheezing? What does Galarian wheezing look like? Oh my god, the one with the top hat! What type is it? Poison... Poison fairy? Anyways, no, it's Giratina. It's Giratina from Pokemon, Platinum. And Pearl and Diamond. So I have it on a setting where it's both the forms. So if I'm hovering over a hyperlink, it's the I'm blanking on the word. Hold on. It's the something form. It's the altered form? It's the altered form, and then the one that I like is the origin form. So the origin form is the default one. This is that you guys can see. But when I'm hovering over hyperlink, it changes to the altered form.
It's very cute. I like it. I like it a lot. My favorite Pokemon.
Older messages read that we should get a lot of older streamer corner. It'd be funny. We should rate someone with 3 viewers to assert dominance. What of older stream in the corner? I feel like that's something you would do on Twitch, not really on YouTube though. Since there's like single playthroughs, I can't really put like I can't really change the game category and shit like that. Which I'm fine with. I'm fine with just focusing on one game. If that's what you mean. I'm not sure if I'm like understanding that correctly. Also, I know that the raid system is different on YouTube. You have to like accept it. You have to have like the other person's permission or whatnot. I also don't know anyone to raid. I feel like it's more like a mutual thing if you want to like raid culture. I know is like very Twitch thing. I rarely see people raiding on Twitch. Oh, not Twitch. YouTube. I feel like if it's like, I don't know, if you're like in a group or something, you would raid each other. Well, more often than not. I don't know. I know that there's like a perm thing. You gotta put them on like a list or something for raiding. That would be kind of funny though. Like that's the one thing that I kind of wish that we did have from Twitch, where I could just randomly raid whoever. Especially if it's in like the same game category. I'd love to raid like someone else playing like the same game that I was playing, you know? Let me get my glasses to look closely at the cursor. I'm sure the stream is too tiny for you to look at it anyways. Not really much to it. It's just the it's the the pixel version of it from the DS. So if you like search up like the DS like Giratina, you can just see it. They use that same one. As you guys know, I love the DS like art style. Literally play your last stream on corner of the stream simultaneously without audio? Does that make... I don't know if that makes sense though. The focus of this one is the game. That does sound funny to do if I wasn't playing a game. I feel like that'd make sense. But I am focused on a game right now. YouTube raids are a thing? Just post stream link in chat. Just do it like that, really? I'm not really in a community to raid though. Like guys, I know I do like post a lot of Star Rail content, but I actually don't know any like Star Rail content creators or anything like that. This bunny lives alone. I'm full hermit, I think. Just me, myself, and I. YouTube biggest problem with streaming. It's so hard for people to rate each other and make connections. Yeah, it's very hard to like make a community and have like those kind of connections with like other streamers. I get it though, because you know, YouTube isn't really like a streaming platform. It had tried to like touch its toes into it. That's why I miss it from Twitch, because I could raid anyone like I wanted. If it, well, more specifically, if it was the same game I was playing, I'd be happy to do it. But really, even then, I'm just too shy to raid as well. I'm too hermit, guys, I'm sorry. You gotta understand, guys, when you like raid someone, that's like starting a conversation. That's scary. It's just a random person and you gotta like get up a conversation and everything when I'm ready to just like run off and like eat my dinner. Anytime the stream ends, I'm like ready to like either sleep or eat. Let me see what I was saying before. What's this all about? Why have I been caught up again? Your child's still with you. My son's belly is empty. It's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Oh yeah, it is like well past afternoon. Everyone's hungry. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Excuse me? Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this 𝙤𝙨 shop owner's existence. Goodness, what a mouthful. Spawn of Cthulhu. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you? Hope you're doing well today. Raid people with like 30 times our viewers to dominance. I feel like that's just a normal thing rather than asserting dominance. If you want to assert dominance, you gotta do something like really ridiculous. That I'm not too sure. I'm just like a random guy walking in at that point. It's like my first thought when you said it like that is like, you know how people crash weddings? Like you just see like a wedding out on the beach or whatever, like a wedding party, right? If you had the fit to just like blend in, you just like walk in, right? you just mingle with everyone if it's like a large crowd. I feel like it's the same kind of energy. You wouldn't be like taking like the bride and groom's day, right? It's like it's their own thing, but like you just came here to like enjoy the vibes. I feel like it's very mild just to drop into another person's stream, especially if they're a lot bigger. Be that as it may, 𝙤𝙨', something has come to light that requires your clarification. Excuse me. Excuse me? I didn't get to read that in time. It's not a knife! As far as your 𝙤𝙨 memory serves, have you ever seen this Kolban Wog? Yes, that's it! The one, the very one, the very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous 𝙤𝙨 treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juice.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it could have fallen there. It couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hallway treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. He's gonna snap. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me?
The sergeant! Sergeant, you doing okay over there? He's twitching a little bit.
Could I say something? Yes, of course. Mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. A secret undercover operation. So here's my train of thought. I don't think it's right, but when I mentioned earlier when we got the plate, I was like, if the blood that 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 said is supposed to be there, but it isn't, my first thought was that the plate was switched, which doesn't really make sense. I don't know how it could have been switched. But whatever that could be, this is just a train of thought. This was switched with another plate, and because it was the Korban coin, I feel like if we do follow the assumption that the sergeant was trying to steal the coin, he probably put it underneath the steak. Not that I understand why he'd put it under the steak and not like in his fucking pocket or something. I don't particularly understand that train of thought. But hear me out. If the plates were switched, well, if I do try and follow the assumption that the plates were switched, that means that we can still find like the bloody plate, right? But then like wouldn't it have been disposed already? Because once again, 3 days. I didn't think that we would have the plate of steak because I feel like they would have disposed of it. And the only reason we have this is because the detective so graciously preserved, not stole, preserved the evidence. That's why we have it here. Meaning that if what the other plate with the blood on it, it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be here anymore. Like the traces of it would be absolutely gone. I don't know. Gotta go now, sleep to catch early morning flight. Oh my god, yeah, you should go sleep. You spent all that time preparing as well for it. Take care. Enjoy your vacation. Have a safe flight as well. Thank you for stopping by. Bye-bye. Let me read back a little bit. Even though people invited to the wedding find it funny, so do the groom and bride. I mean, it's very... I feel like this goes for any situation, to be fair, though. It's really dependent on the person. It's a funny situation. If they didn't do any harm. If they're just there to chill, like, sure. But some people, you know, they don't want just, like, a wedding crasher. It's like, some people find... What? Some people, believe their weddings are, like, you know... It's like their own special thing. You know? It's like, it's their time. And that's completely fine as well. So not all wedding crashes are like good, you know? Some people are fine with it, some people aren't. And that's not a risk that I particularly want to take. Like, to me it would be funny, but if I find like the other person isn't enjoying it, I'm just gonna feel like a shit person. Not only that, I don't know. I feel bad for the other person as well. Don't particularly want to ruin their day.
I know that most, like, if you raid anyone, like, they'd be perfectly fine with it like that. Like, it's... That kind of comparison wasn't the best, I'll be honest. That wasn't the best comparison on my part. But there's a lot of layers to raiding. So even though I really like it, it's also something that I probably don't have a lot of confidence in doing. I know that YouTube community is very different to like Twitch, like streaming community. I feel like this goes for like any site though. All the communities would be different because it would be like based on the site. Because I don't mind Twitch communities. But a lot of it is connections and I'm too much of a hermit. I'm too shy. Too shy to reach out to people. That's why I'm not on Twitch anymore. I'm still thinking about the blood on the steak. If we go to believe what 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 is thinking, we also know that, like, I'm still thinking about the fork! The fork is still there to me! But both of these photos don't have anything about the blood, especially this one. Because blood is much darker on wood, like you would see the source. But it's not there! Why? But we can see that the fork is different, but the fork is gonna do nothing, is literally nothing. I'm just going crazy at this point. We're gonna end this trial with the fork literally having nothing to do with it, but I'll still, like, assert it. I have a gripe against the fork now. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police. Reroll. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Korban incident is the work of the same thief. Now, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. Didn't a regular basis the thing, the guy, isn't the antiques dealer also a seller that regularly visits? I don't know what that means though. Go to having dinner. Have a nice meal. Thank you for stopping by as well. When you dine, take care. Bye-bye. I don't know about the master thief part, but okay. If he is a regular, like, person that comes here, what did he say? The antique dealer regularly came here because he knew that there was rich clientele, so he tried to sell his antique, right? No? That was kind of the point. That's why he regularly visited the establishment, the restaurant. The identity of the person who stole and hid Kodakuda-san's Korban is all too clear. What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us who's the despicable scoundrel that stole Kodakuda-san's Korban and hid it under the steak. My first guess was the sergeant. I don't know what that means though. She's 16! How old is Mikalaba? 42. Oh no, that checks out. I mean, the assumption, well, that's the thing. I feel like even though my gut is saying the sergeant, it was her stake. But there was no way she would have been able to steal. How could the stake be placed underneath? She couldn't have done it. That's why I was led to believe he put it underneath the steak, and that's why the steak got switched. The plate got switched specifically, not the steak. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Obviously, can only be you. Sergeant 𝙤𝙨♨ What? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of 𝙤𝙨, am I? Seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? Oh, actually, when I think about how Kazuma said that you probably can't afford a nanny, I start to see it. But it wasn't me, it was 𝙤𝙨. 𝙤𝙨's the mastermind behind all this. You're accusing your child? Wow. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Osa. What the fuck's going on anymore? This case is so long, oh my god. Oh! Clippity clop, clippity clop, gog! Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant 𝙤𝙨 preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir! What happened? What happened? Your baby can salute, that's kind of cute. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I've heard it's hard for lower rank soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do, I can say this, hold on. Reconnaissance for a target. For some reason, it just wasn't in my brain. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is boringly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. It was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. You what? You slipped it into your pocket? A veritable phantom thief you are! I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Oh, you thought you'd get searched, huh? Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. 𝙤𝙨 too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. So that's why it's in the steak. Slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is a very interesting trial. Look at the old man. He's shaking. He's shaking in his boots. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. Quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the carbine was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, who would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
But you're still related, though. That was supposedly your stake.
Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Oh god, wait till she knows that there's eating with your hands is a norm in countries. God forbid.
Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Clicking? Is it clicking?
Inosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. She said something? Without using a knife and fork. My fork! My fork! My fork! My fork! Wait! She did! My fork! My fork! Is my fork finally coming into play? I should not be this excited. No. Wait, I'm actually so excited. Please be my fork. Please.
That's the case, and just stand there thinking, make your voice heard.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
She's still here! Scream, my boy!
Wait, Miss Brett? What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? Can you shut up? I'm not talking to you. What new student nonsense is this?
Oh, it's like that the entire time. You're catching up late, my man.
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Inosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
And for picking up your steak and biting into it using a knife and fork. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Fork.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
Fork, please be the fork. I'm not blindsided, am I? Let me think. What else could she be meaning? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Coin under the meat. It has to be the second. Picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife. I can't. I'll do. If it's wrong, I'll think back on it later. What did Kazuma say? What did Kazuma say? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. Exactly.
I'm going to need evidence. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it?
Here. Please be right. I please be right. Please. My fork. My fork, please. Did I say? Yes, I said. Fork. It's not this one. It's not this one. Because we can see that it's stained. But this one. Please. Please. This is the evidence right here Oh, it's wrong.
No! Ah!
Maybe it is. Maybe it is this one. My fork! I'm gonna cry! My fork! My fork!
Please! 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 My fork!
She switched the blade! She switched... Oh wait, unless you're saying the contradiction is that why is the thing, but this steak specifically has bite marks? So it is this photo? Is that the contradiction you're saying?
My fork! My fork!
Okay, if this one's wrong as well, I'd be damned.
Take that!
Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. Steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Natural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Now take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Chose the wrong steak, sweetie. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just like I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Whee! Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Nosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Not particularly, no. I feel like we would have come to the conclusion that the coin in the steak... The coin in the steak was probably not her plate. Yes, now at last it all comes together. No, it doesn't. No, you can at least enlighten me. Mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stains I saw somehow seem to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Except that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric
teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? The second plate! The second plate! Can't be, I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. It possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair. I don't know. I might have to reload a save for this one, there's no way. My first thought was the inspector. The detective. My good sire, do you happen to have the other plate of steak? Ho 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 ho! No. No.
What did he say? If it's not the inspector that has the plate, would it be the sergeant? Did the sergeant ever steal the... It's too far back for me now. What did he say? He was hoping that he could rendezvous with it. Did he ever actually rendezvous with the steak? I feel like you wouldn't. You would have just taken the fucking coin. You didn't take a whole ass fucking steak. They didn't just let you take a fucking plate of steak, did they? Can I use this as a joke answer? The second one is Hosonaga, but I don't know. Did you preserve it? You knew to preserve that one steak, but did you preserve every steak in the restaurant? You wouldn't. Did you rendezvous with the steak? I feel like no, but can we all come to agreement that choosing this as an answer would be kind of funny.
Take that!
What if Sage would take it more seriously? Alright, we know that the sergeant was unable to rendezvous with the steak. It only makes sense otherwise. What did you say? So one person in particular who's provided us with various pieces of evidence already. Yeah, it's Hosonaga. He's stolen every single piece of... I'm disappointed in you, Sergeant. Be a better thief. Answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nossa told the court the following. I enjoy jumping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Uta's-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosser, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under this, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective, I gotta stop saying defective, submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosser's meal. Couldn't we have come to the coin? The coin, but that makes it. But the coin is conclusive evidence. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course they didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Army. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest the sergeant switched the two stakes over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance.
That's when you did it.
No one else would have been in the restaurant otherwise. The old man was on the floor. The English woman would have been what's the word? Escorted. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. And that's why you were able to steal. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. So she wasn't the one that switched the steak. He did. I was correct in that assertion, at least. The plates were swapped. However, fear not, prosecutor-son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that is all I did, sir. What you did, that's plenty, Sergeant. Yes! So, Sergeant Nosser switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. You did? You did? That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. You did? Oh, that must have been at the right start of the trial, and I completely forgot about it. We weren't really focused on the steak back then, or anything involving the steak.
Oh, shit.
That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a good slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Silence, woman! No, you're not wiggling your way out of this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers?
Quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett.
on the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further, Inspector. You will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look! Yes. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 Brett. Get owned! Break down, break down, break down. Well done. I Japanese. Me. I Japanese schoolboy. No. 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 Oh my god, there was little chicks in there. Oh. Oh, that was a symbolism right there. Oh. Oh wait, that's so cute. Wait, that's so cute. Please, excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using 𝙤𝙦. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because 𝙤𝙦 is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor, it meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. Happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Carrera in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed 𝙤𝙩'𝙨 was the culprit and apprehended him, took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd pick up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my 𝙤𝙤.
That's a very light way of putting it.
Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone.
She did, but the pistol. She's a murderer. She's the pistol.
Hope you can forgive me, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨.
You need to detain her. She has a gun on her. She committed a murder. You can't. Oh, excuse me? Unless she escorted herself with the police.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. She does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ugh, 𝙤𝙩'𝙨.
What? Yes?
This insult to the 𝙤𝐽 family name will never be forgotten. Heck, excuse me. You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. You never forget that.
Alright, that confirms it. That is a real blade. We also got to see him. Alright, guys, that's the reason why he has the katana. He just wants to make a fool of the prosecution.
1,000 millennia may pass and still the 𝙤𝐽 clan will never measure up to the 𝙤𝙩 clan. My tongue. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. Fuck. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation, new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits,
But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma, Asogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. He's reluctant about something, and that's not good. We shouldn't be keeping secrets between friends! Kazuma-san. As for you, 𝙩𝙨, naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense... how can I put it? An unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! Music is loud again. Oh! It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, 𝙩𝙨, naruhodo. We start the game off with the main character being trialed. I know Phoenix had a similar fate, but like not his first one, not his first, like the first trial, like first trial in the game. But alas, such is the fate of a lawyer. His court is now adjourned. We survived. We got through. Oh my god, what time is it in the game? 2:46 p.m. So the for how long? From 9 to 14. It took 5 hours in the game. Well, nearly 6 hours in the game. It has taken me 7 hours to get through this case. What? Can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. 𝙩𝙨, finally put it off. Congratulations. Wow, I could have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on 𝙢𝐴 University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. Well, your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo's son's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You work hard for that result too, you know? I know. I didn't do any... Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Speaking of mikotoba, there you are. Believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Ah, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to 𝙢𝐴 University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear that on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? The 𝙩𝙩'𝙨, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? 𝙩𝙩'𝙨 will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. That's why she was able to just leave? Oh man, we can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. Thought consular courts were a thing of the past, now that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify a government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening goes for celebratory drink. Professor... You're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating 𝙩𝙩'𝙨's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. We still don't know his condition. What the fuck? To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh yes, thank you.
You're 16!
The 𝙩𝙩'𝙨 won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes, Inosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your hard work. Your own work, sorry. Hard work. I'm calling it my hard work. I went through a lot of pain in there. Me! My pain! Your skills made the difference, though. Sorry, that was Junosuke. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Not so sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer. Not me. What? Come on, be serious. What helped you today was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me! All that tense verbal combat? Never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and to stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little, real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Oh, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga! Arrange some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too. Woo! So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sasada-san, who acted as my assistant. Yeah, for 5 minutes! Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. N. You guys can't see the D. Defense debut! Congratulations! 7 hours of this fucking excruciating trial. Usually I step into the next trial to get like a teaser, but I'm actually fucking I'm beat. I'm fucking beat. So I'm just gonna quickly wrap it up here. Skill issue though, it is. Why did that take so long? Why did that take 7 hours? Like fucking hell, dude. Oh my god, it's because I went crazy over that stupid fucking fork and the whole water situation with the poisoning. Oh my god, everything always leads back to water. I thought we were done. I can't. Guys, that was supposed to be a joke. It's not supposed to be real. That water is the culprit for every fucking Ace Attorney game. That's not supposed to be the case. Well, we'll see how many more cases that we go through in this adventure that involves water. What do you mean knowledge is not the most important part? Yeah, apparently our customer says that you can just bullshit through your trials. You don't actually need to study. To the lawyers out there, don't study. That's your lesson learned from this game. Okay, I'm gonna very quickly wrap that up because I need to go eat. I'm absolutely starving after that case. I will be playing this once again tomorrow, so we'll be picking up my brain is deteriorating, oh my goodness. We'll be continuing off tomorrow for those interested in the continuation, the playthrough through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles adventures. Please look forward to that. I can't wait to go into the next one because I just noticed the silhouette for the next one. I think was 𝙩𝙩'𝙨, I believe so. So we'll get to see how that goes. I'm excited. It's always the goddamn water. It is. I hate this so much. It was supposed to be a joke. It's not. Nah. It's fucking the disbelief in me, man. Okay. Thank you everyone that has dropped by the stream today. I can't wait to get through the entirety of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So thank you to those that have stayed and watched through my playthrough. Thank you to those that have also commented and joined into chat. It was fun. I was gonna say, speaking with everyone, I was ignoring you guys the entirety of the stream. All I did was play the game. So if anything, I'm sorry. I apologize that I wasn't reading the messages. I was just too focused on the game. But thank you to everyone that has commented though. I appreciate all the messages. But yeah. Remember everyone to go hydrate as well. Holy shit, okay, I need to remember to hydrate tomorrow so that I'm prepared for tomorrow's stream. Remember everyone, go get your water, drink some water. Go eat alongside me if you have not eaten yet already. Everyone else, have a good rest of your night. If you're in my time zone, please go rest up if you have stayed up. To everyone else on the other side of the world, have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the stream. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Call me Mem, I was the one with the truth all along. Shut up! No more water! Miyuu signing off. Goodbye! I'm going to kill